All right, comrades, can you hear me? All right. Well, welcome to the comrades gathered here today, and welcome to the over 7,000 comrades registered around the world for this meeting. We have people online from over 120 countries registered for this International School of Communism. And because we offer translation, that's why we have pauses between the speakers. Now, how many of you, when you first discovered the marvelous world of Marxist ideas, these revolutionary ideas, these ideas that can change the world, we're told that it sounds good in theory, but it can't work in practice? Raise your hands. Because why? Human nature, bureaucracy is inevitable. They accuse us of the crimes of Stalinism. They ask whether we want to put them into a gulag. They tell us to go to Cuba. And we ask for a ticket, please. And basically, they're trying to say that we shouldn't bother making a revolution because it will inevitably degenerate, because Stalinism and Leninism are the same thing. But of course, we have answers to these slanders, to these distortions. And to answer these questions, we're very lucky to have Comrade Jérôme Metellus with us today. Jérôme lives in Paris. Round of applause for Paris. More importantly, he is the editor, the chief editor of Révolution, the paper of the French section of the RCI. And without further ado, we'll hand it over to Jérôme.
Okay, thank you, John. So, to the question posed to the title, in the title of this discussion, the bourgeois and reformist leaders will answer. Yes, communism means bureaucracy. And not just bureaucracy, but bureaucratic, but totalitarian regime, dictatorships. And these bourgeois and reformist leaders, they don't need the field to enter in a theoretical discussion. They don't bother reading Marx and argue with us. They just need to point their finger at the crimes of Stalinism. In the process, they had a few invented crimes, they exaggerate. But at the end of the day, they identify these crimes and the real or invented. And the Stalinist regimes in general, with communism, with Marxism, with Leninism. And this is a big lie, of course. Nevertheless, as John said, this is clearly one of the most powerful arguments in the hands of the bourgeoisie against communism. The bourgeoisie has used it massively in the past. It is using it today, and it will use it tomorrow, including against our organization. As a matter of fact, the question of Stalinism is weighing on the consciousness of millions of workers and youth. On the political consciousness. including the most radicalized layers. This is something we experience every day in our work, during our public activities. And therefore, we must answer the questions and doubts in a very clear, comprehensive, and concrete way. Despite the fact that this is not an easy question, because Stalinism is a very complex and contradictory phenomenon. First of all, we must not have the defensive attitude as the Stalinists do when they deny or minimize the crimes of Stalinism. We must put forward a scientific explanation of this phenomenon, which at the same time will explain why there is no why a bureaucratic regime is not a fatal consequence of the overthrow of capitalism. Of the overthrow of capitalism. I will start with a very general idea, but a fundamental idea. A communist society, in the full sense of this concept, and bureaucracy in the sense of a privileged caste, are mutually exclusive. You cannot have both at the same time. A society dominated by a bureaucracy cannot be communist, because communism is a society of superabundance in which everyone can freely satisfy all its fundamental needs, and in which, therefore, the very idea of a bureaucratic caste and privileged caste is absurd. Doesn't make sense. A privileged layer presupposes that the rest of society has a limited access to the social wealth. But communism is precisely a society where there is no limitation put on the consumption of social wealth. Precisely because it's a society of superabundance. This is, of course, a very general idea, but it brings us to the heart of the question of Stalinism. That is, to the question of its material base. In the German ideology, Marx explained very graphically the relationship between communism and the level of the development of the productive forces. I quote, "The development of the productive forces is an absolute necessary practical premise of communism, because without it, want is generalized, and with want, the struggle for necessities begins again. And with want, the struggle for necessities begins again. And that means all the old crap must revive." End of quote. Well, the Stalinist bureaucracy in Russia was precisely a specific social and political embodiment of the old crap. Yeah. The bureaucratic degeneration of Russia, of the Russian Revolution, was rooted in the economic and cultural backwardness that the Bolsheviks had to struggle with once they were in power in October, after they took power in October 1917. The material conditions of a transition from capitalism to communism did not exist in Russia. And in fact, these conditions only existed on a world scale. It is only on a world scale that the capitalism had developed the material basis for the building up of a communist society. And it's still the case today. Despite the enormous development of the productive forces since 1917. No country, however rich, could build communism in the limits of its national border. But on the top of that, 1970s Russia was not a rich country at all. It was a backward country, lagging far behind Germany, France, Britain, the United States, in terms of economic output and cultural level of its population. The Russian working class was mainly concentrated in a few industrial cities. And it was a small minority compared to the mass of peasants. In 1917, there were no more than 10 million workers in Russia. Including 3 million industrial workers. Against 150 million peasants. The great majority of which were illiterate. After the destructions of the First World War, Russia had to suffer the appalling economic and human destructions of the Civil War and imperialist interventions between 1918 and 1922. These were the years of war communism, which meant the main resources of the country had to be concentrated, dedicated to the needs of the army, the Red Army. At the expense of anything else, and at the expense, in particular, of technology and consumer goods for the peasants. The towns and the army had to be fed to wage the war. But the peasants were not willing to feed them for free. That is in exchange of nothing. Or in exchange of money that didn't have any value. Couldn't buy anything. So the economic situation was so harsh that a lot of workers were fleeing Petrograd and other big cities. They were going to the countryside to find food. In 1920, in the middle of the Civil War, the number of industrial workers had dropped from 3 million to 1.2 million. That same year, 1920, the level of production of manufactured goods was only 13% of what it was in 1913 before the war. 13. The production of oil had dropped to 41% of 1913's level. The production of coal to 17%. It wasn't just a recession or a setback. It was an economic collapse. In 1921, the famine was such that you had cases of cannibalism. I mean, the idea to build communism or even socialism on such an economic base would have never crossed the minds of the Bolshevik leaders, including Stalin's mind at that stage. At that time, nobody was talking about the prospect of building socialism in one country, especially in Russia. During the Civil War, the whole perspective for the Bolsheviks was to hold on until the revolution would develop in other countries. Lenin and Trotsky explained many times that the fate of the Russian Revolution would not be decided in Russia, but in Germany, in France, in the advanced capitalist countries in general, where the socialist revolution would bring to Russia, to the Russian economy, the machinery, the technology, the skilled worker that it so urgently needed. And in exchange, Russia would provide its vast resource in raw materials and manpower. But as you know, the movement in the direction of a socialist revolution was defeated in Germany, in Italy, in Europe in general. Or more exactly, it was betrayed by the social democratic leaders, while the newly formed communist parties were too small and too inexperienced to lead the working class to power. By the way, we should remind the social democratic leaders today who complained about Stalinism, that what was the role of the social democratic leaders at that time. The main responsibility for the isolation of the Russian Revolution, and therefore for its bureaucratic degeneration, falls precisely on their shoulders, on the shoulders of the social democratic leaders. Together, of course, with the imperialists who strangled Russia economically and militarily. So it is in this general context that a privileged layer of the Russian society started to emerge and to rise more and more above the whole of the society. this layer was not a class of exploiters as such. It was made up of state officials of different levels, from the big bureaucrats of the government, or the top of the army, down to the director of a small factory, or the chairman of a small Soviet in the countryside. In its masterpiece on the question of Stalinism, The Revolution Betrayed, Trotsky calculated that in 1936, between 12 and 15% of the Russian population could be included in this bureaucratic layer. So Stalinism was just not a clique around Stalin. It was a social and political phenomenon of a massive scale. In an economy where the state played the main role and was the main owner of the means of production. Again, there was enormous differences in terms of power and privileges between the big bureaucrats at the top of the state and the mass of small bureaucrats. But even these small bureaucrats were living significantly better than the great majority of the workers and peasants. And even if it was just a little bit better, it was something already. Not only did they want to keep their privileges, but they were using their power, however limited, to trying to climb the ladder of the state's bureaucracy. The state apparatus. Over the year, they became more and more conscious of themselves. They were, where was I? Oh yes, they defended fiercely the top layers of the bureaucracy, in which they saw, quite rightly, the defenders of the privileges. As Trotsky explained many times, the rising bureaucracy chose Stalin as his master, the master of the bureaucracy, because of his qualities as a narrow, pragmatic and firm defender of the bureaucracy. Now, this development of an enormous state bureaucracy was in complete contradiction with what Lenin had written in the book State and Revolution, written just before the October Revolution. Lenin based himself on the writings of Marx and Engels. And Lenin explained that once in power, the working class has to break the whole state apparatus, the bourgeois apparatus, and replace it with a workers' state, which is a semi-state, Because for the first time in the history, the worker state is the instrument of the domination of the majority over a minority, and not the opposite. And therefore, the worker state doesn't require this bureaucratic and privileged caste that characterizes every modern bourgeois state. In this same book, State and Revolution, Lenin explains what should be the main democratic rules of a workers' state. One, all officials should be elected and subject to immediate recall. No official will receive a higher wage than the wage of a skilled worker. No standing army, but armed people. That's 3. And 4, gradually, all the tasks of the running state must be carried out in turn by all the workers. As Lenin puts it, as Lenin writes, when everybody is a bureaucrat, nobody is a bureaucrat. Taken together, these rules must prevent the formation of a bureaucratic caste. On paper, that's the plan. And these rules mark a qualitative change in the form of the states compared to the bourgeois states. And that's why Lenin called it a semi-state. Not only that, but Lenin explained that these semi-states will wither away as the productive forces develop thanks to the socialist planning of the economy and the superiority of democratic planification of the economy over the markets. But in Stalinist Russia, we had exactly the opposite. The worker state was very bureaucratic. None of the 4 rules I have enumerated were applied. And the state not only the state did not wither away, but it develops monstrously. So how do we explain that? Was Lenin wrong? No, he was not. In State and Revolution, Lenin gave a very thoughtful analysis of the worker state as it must evolve and finally disappear in the transitional phase from capitalism to communism. That is in the phase we call socialism. But in that book, Lenin did not and could not anticipate the distortions that would flow from a prolonged isolation of the Russian Revolution. By the way, Lenin didn't think. Lenin thought that without the victory of the socialist revolution outside Russia, the perspective was not for decades of bureaucratic workers' states, but a capitalist counter-revolution on a relatively short term. In any case, the isolation of Soviet Russia prevented it from entering in the phases of socialism as such. Soviet Russia was never socialist. Because as Trotsky underlined it in Revolution Betrayed, than the most advanced capitalism. Yes, Marx meant, at any rate, a society which from the very beginning stands higher in its economic development than the most advanced capitalism. And it was never the case of Soviet Russia. And this is why Trotsky called Russia, I quote, not a socialist regime, but a preparatory regime transitional from capitalism to socialism. If you want, a transition to a transition. This was not what Lenin was dealing with in the State and Revolution. A book that retains all its value. As long as we understand that this book anticipates the evolution of a workers' state, of a developing world revolution, but not in the in the conditions of a developing world revolution. Sorry, not in the conditions of a prolonged isolation and frightful backwardness. Having said that, in the chapter called of State Revolution in that book, in the book State and Revolution, there's a chapter called The Economic Basis of the Withering of the State. And Lenin, in this chapter, Lenin has put forward the main ideas that Trotsky used later on to explain the fundamental reasons of the degeneration of the Russian worker state. Lenin based himself on what Marx wrote in the critique of the program of Gotha. And Lenin explains what are the two main reasons why the workers will need a worker state in the transition from capitalism to communism. Firstly, the workers will need a state that is arms bodies of men to suppress the resistance of the old ruling classes, of the exploiters of yesterday, the armed resistance. And this is where Lenin underlines that we're talking of a majority suppressing a minority. Which, on paper, is easy and simple compared to the suppression of the majority by the minority. I quote Lenin. The exploiters are unable to suppress the people without a highly complex machine But the people can suppress the exploiters even with a very simple machine. Almost without a machine, without a special apparatus, by the simple organization of an armed people. Now, going back to Russia, we know that in the following years after October 17, the suppression of the armed resistance of the exploiters was neither simple nor easy. The white armies and the imperialist armies imposed nearly 4 years of war to Russia, during which millions of people died, and with terrible economic destructions. But after the victories of the Red Army in 1922 or 21, 22, there was no more armed resistance of the exploiters in Russia. And therefore, the development, the development of a monstrous bureaucratic state at that stage, starting from that stage, cannot be explained by a particularly strong resistance of the exploiters, ex-exploiters. It was linked to another task of the workers' state, the task of developing the productive forces as quickly as possible to stimulate the development, which implies the maintenance of bourgeois norms of distribution. Of the distribution of wealth. Bourgeois norms of distribution cannot be abolished from day one. And what do they mean? Well, you know these norms. It means that the more productive workers and the more skilled workers will receive a higher wages than the unskilled and less productive workers. In the transitional phase from capitalism to communism, it is necessary to maintain the incentive to produce more. And this incentive will necessarily take the form of higher wages for the more productive workers. In other words, the worker state is the guardian of this bourgeois inequality. For how long as it is necessary? That is until the days when the development of the productive forces make it possible to apply the formula of communism, Marx's very famous formula, from each according to his ability, to each according to its needs. Which means that you don't look at how much has he worked enough, and does he have the right to consume, etc. In the case of Russia, the economic and cultural backwardness was such that the regime had to rely on hundreds of thousands of specialists in the army, in the industry, in all the sectors of society. And these specialists had been formed in, most of them has been formed under the Tsarist regime. And they were asking for high wages. They insisted on that. And they were de facto given a disproportionate share of the national wealth. The state bureaucracy was playing the role of the guardian of this inequality. As Trotsky puts it in the Revolution Betrayed, the bureaucracy crystallized and developed through the task, I quote, of taking from 10 and giving to 1. And of course, in that process of taking from 10 and giving to 1, the bureaucracy was taking a share for itself. And a big and growing share of the wealth for itself. Trotsky insisted that the low level of the productive forces, the low level of the productivity of labor in Russia, was the root cause, the deepest cause of the bureaucratization of the Soviet states. But of course, there were also a lot of political and social factors that were not all directly related, connected to the economic factors. You had the tiredness of the working class after many years of wars and struggles, the death of thousands and thousands of the most dedicated communists during the Civil War. Because obviously the best communists were sent on the front during the Civil War. You had the profound disappointment of the masses after the defeat of the 1923 German Revolution. You had the death of Lenin in 1924. You had the fatal mistakes of the Stalinist leadership during the Chinese Revolution of 1925-1927. Direction stalinienne. The consecutive defeat and expulsion of the left opposition inside the Bolshevik party. The destruction of the Bolshevik party as a revolutionary party and democratic organization. The terrible consequences of the zigzag of the economic policy of the Stalinist leadership. Etc., etc. You have a very rich and profound description of all these factors in Revolution Betrayed that all the communists should read or reread. All of this, of course, was not a mechanical consequences of the low level of the productive forces in Russia. A mechanical, direct consequence. It was a living process, which expressed itself, for example, in the fierce political struggle of the left opposition, led by Trotsky. But Trotsky and his comrades could be 1,000 times right, and they were right. The left opposition was doomed as long as the Russian Revolution remained isolated. And not only did it remain isolated, but the Stalinist bureaucracy became the main factor in the defeats of the proletarian revolutions around the world. In a vicious circle, every defeat would reinforce the Stalinist bureaucracy and therefore prepare new defeats on the international scale. The Communist International, formed in 1919 by Lenin and Trotsky, was transformed into a mere instrument of the foreign policy of the Stalinist bureaucracy. And the leaderships of the communist parties around the world were transformed into Stalinist obedient cliques. Now, despite all the zigzags of the economic policy of the Stalinist leadership, bureaucracy in Russia, despite the enormous burden of the bureaucracy on the economy, the mismanagement, the waste, the colossal waste, the corruption, despite that, the collectivization and the planification of the economy led to an unprecedented development of the productive forces. In the 1930s, when the capitalist world was mired in a deep crisis, a big crisis of overproduction, the Russian economy was booming at a very rapid pace. In 1936, Trotsky gave the figures of growth, very detailed figures of growth of the Soviet economy. And he concluded, I quote, "Socialism has demonstrated its right to victory, not in the pages of Das Kapital, but in an industrial arena comprising a sixth part of the Earth's surface, not in the language of dialectics, but in the language of steel, cement, and electricity." This is something the bourgeois and reformist economics will never underline or even recognize, because it proves the superiority of planning the economy over the markets. As Trotsky puts it, it proved it forever. It's no more debate. Although we still have to prove it. We still have to debate about it. But the facts are stubborn, and the economy of a plan, the superiority of a planned economy has been confirmed not just in the 30s, but also in the following decades. until the 60s, when the Soviet economy started to slow down and later on to fall into stagnation. I will come back later on the question of the fall of Stalinism. But first we need to ask ourselves if, as we've seen, the most fundamental cause of the bureaucratic degeneration of the Russian Revolution was the low level of the productive forces. How do we explain that the tremendous development of the productive forces in Russia did not eliminate the bureaucracy? Trotsky already posed that question in 1936. He explained that the development of the Russian economy, however spectacular, did not eliminate the material base of the bureaucracy. First, because Russia was still lagging behind the advanced capitalist economies. In 1936 and even until the end, actually, the want was very far from being eliminated. The economic successes were increasing the privileges of a small minority at a much faster pace, much faster rhythm than it increased the level of life of the vast majority of the population. As Trotsky points out in its Revolution Betrayed again, from a strictly economic point of view, the development of a better paid layer of workers could play a role as an incentive for the rest of the working class. An incentive for increasing the productivity of the working class as a whole. But the bureaucracy, which role was to create and defend the privileges, was accumulating more and more privilege for itself and was becoming an independent factor in the situation and a source of great dangers for the whole society and for the economy as a whole. In other words, the bureaucracy had become a monstrous obstacle on the way to communism and socialism, well before the successes of the economic planning could create a society of superabundance. Or even a socialist society, which, by the way, again, is impossible in the limits of one country. The bureaucracy was first a relative obstacle, in the sense that the economy was developing despite the enormous burden of mismanagement and corruption, with no recession, while the main capitalist countries obtained at most 5 or 6%, but not every year, because you had the capitalist ups and downs. But the bureaucracy ended up being an absolute, not a relative, but an absolute obstacle to economic growth. From the 1960s onward, the Soviet economy slowly but surely slipped into stagnation. Which provoked a fall in the living standard and an absolute fall in the living standards of the mass of the population. I can go into the detail of this process, but the two fundamental causes of the crisis of the Soviet economy are quite clear. Firstly, it was hurting itself more and more to the limits posed by its isolation. Isolation from the world economy. And this factor was enormously aggravated by the narrow nationalist outlook of the bureaucracy. Think about it. When capitalism was eliminated in Eastern Europe and China after the Second World War, it was very clear that a socialist federation of USSR, Eastern Europe and China, Russia, Eastern Europe and China, would have a tremendous potential economic development. But instead of pooling the resources together in a rational way, each national bureaucracy insisted to develop its own industrial base, its heavy industry, including small Albania, with disastrous results. Instead of a socialist federation, we had national bureaucracies building their own base, national base, and jealously defending the national privileges, up to the point that in 1969, we had the spectacle of Soviet and Chinese soldiers killing each other on the question of a quite artificial border, national border. Secondly, Trotsky explained that a national planned economy requires democracy as the human body requires oxygen. Because once the economy is in the hands of the states, the mechanism of the market does not apply. Or does not apply as it applies in capitalism. And in capitalism, in the capitalist system, the market serves as a check on inefficiency. Under capitalism, competition will discard the less productive companies. In the planned economy, only workers' control and management can replace this automatic mechanism. without workers' control, without the right to discuss and criticize, the bureaucratic elaboration and implementation of the plan will provoke all kinds of waste and corruption. There is one example, one famous example of corruption. In the 70s, Brezhnev's daughter was famous for international trafficking with the diamonds that was stolen from the diamond industry. And the capitalists were even formally complaining because she was dealing such a quantity of diamonds that the price was dropping down. There is also an article on Marxist.com written by a French comrade who was born in Russia in the 60s, and it's called I think it's called the Recollections of a Soviet Citizen. It's a very good article because it's a testimony from someone who was a young student under Brezhnev. And there is an interesting anecdote. They were asked to help a food distribution center. Well, they didn't have the right to not to accept, but he did anyway. They were happy to help. And but they were asked for by the bureaucrats to mix up fresh and rotten potatoes in the same bags that then would be put on sale. But by doing this, there was some quantity of fresh potatoes that would be waiting, rotting. So the bureaucrats didn't care. It wasn't very difficult to solve the problem. But you had this stupid vicious circle that guaranteed that rotten potatoes would be put on sale every day. And these French comrades, he gives some interesting details also on the impact on the psychology. Because some of the young were becoming cynical and were doing it like, okay, well, we're stealing the workers, whatever. In any case, we don't have the right to protest, so let's do it. But the most conscious were putting some rotten potatoes, bags full of rotten potatoes, with just one line of fresh potatoes, because they knew that the citizens, the Soviet citizens, would take the first line to check what was the quality behind. Anyway, it's a very good article. I urge you to read it. Very, very nice article. So anyway, at the beginning, the main task was to lay the foundations for a modern economy in the 20s, in the 30s. And at this stage, the bureaucratic planning was very wasteful, for sure. but it did not prevent the development of the productive forces. But in the 60s, the Soviet economy was becoming more and more sophisticated. Only the conscious control of the working class at all levels could precisely establish the relationship or establish the precise and correct relationships between heavy industry, light industry, agriculture, distribution, science, technique, etc. Instead of that, these relations were established from the top by the arbitrary decisions of a small layer of bureaucrats that were corrupt, and all of this involved enormous distortions and wastes. The absolute limits of bureaucratic planning had been reached. The productive forces were constricted by the straitjacket of the nation state and bureaucratic control. This is when the bureaucracy started to look more and more in the direction of capitalism, in the direction of restoration of capitalism. These bureaucrats wanted to become a capitalist class, to own the means of production. In the situation where the West was developing in the 80s a little bit. And so the restoration of capitalism has been accomplished in the 90s, as you know. But I won't go into in this question, because I need to mention the other worker states that developed in several countries. After all, this is also a classical argument we can hear. Against communism. We are told, okay, you have an explanation for Russia. But what about Eastern Europe? What about China, North Korea, etc.? Everywhere we have a dictatorship, bureaucratic dictatorship. Well, one answer is very simple. The Russian Revolution of 1917 is the only case where capitalism has been overthrown by a conscious and massive movement of the workers under the leadership of a Bolshevik Marxist party. The Russian Revolution was the most democratic revolution in the history. And the first years of the Bolshevik regime were full of intense democratic debates. And discussions at all levels, despite the civil war and despite the very harsh economic conditions I've described. In all the other cases, however different they can be from each other, capitalism was not overthrown by a conscious and massive movement of the working class led by a revolutionary party. It was overthrown by a peasant army in China. by an army mainly composed of peasants and other petty bourgeois elements in Yugoslavia, by the Red Army in Eastern Europe, etc., etc. The workers never controlled the process collectively and were never allowed to control it. Once capitalism was abolished, these regimes were bureaucratic from day one. They were established on the model of Moscow. For sure, it marked an enormous step forward for these countries, as it opened a massive development of the productive forces. But these regimes were doomed to face exactly the same problems and contradictions as Stalinist Russia. As in Russia, only a political revolution led by the working class could implement workers' democracy and save these countries from economic crisis, then stagnation, and finally the restoration of capitalism. If you want, all these regimes were a negative confirmation of Marx's celebrated phrase. The emancipation of the working class must be the work of the working class itself. It cannot be emancipated by a bureaucratic caste. Now, to conclude, we need to ask ourselves, can a socialist revolution in the future degenerate along the Stalinist lines? The short answer is that it can't be absolutely excluded. There is no such thing as absolute guarantee against bureaucratic degeneration of a worker state. Having said that, today's objective conditions are 1,000 times more favorable than what they were in 1917. Since the Russian Revolution, capitalism has massively developed the productive forces on a world scale, and therefore developed also the working class. The cultural level of the working class is also much higher than what it was more than a century ago. And these are very strong objective factors that will tend to prevent the consolidation of a bureaucratic bureaucratic tendencies in the worker states, in future worker states. And not only that, but it will also shorten the transitional phase from capitalism to communism. The task of the planification will be enormously facilitate. What do you say that? Anyway, facilitated by all technology, intelligent artificial intelligence, etc., etc. the the transitional phase can be shorter, less and less painful and less chaotic than it would have it would have been in the past. Yeah, this is true, but the world socialist revolution and the transition from capitalism to communism on a world scale will not be an automatic process. It won't be guaranteed by the high level of the productive forces. It will be a living struggle and a living process and a titanic struggle. And in this struggle, the most decisive factor, the factor that depends on us, will be the subjective factor. The existence of a powerful communist international who has roots and organization everywhere. Not just roots, but strong parties. This factor will play a decisive role in the development of the revolution on the world scale. And without the international development of the revolution, any revolution, any worker state, if it stayed isolated, would face one day or another a bureaucratic degeneration at some stage. And so the best guarantee we have against Stalinism is to build the most powerful communist international now, which is precisely what we're going to do. That's it.
Great, thank you, Jerome, for that awesome introduction. Now we are going to take a break, but first, everybody who's here should please stay in your seats for a couple of announcements. Not a glorious victory to the striking train workers that which have canceled their strike. Just from the threat of striking. It's actually some tragic news. And the whole the whole conference is going to be issuing, we're going to be voting on and issuing a statement of solidarity with a situation we just received news about in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So I'm going to read the statement, as will the other two sessions. And then we, as the RCI, will vote on sending this message of solidarity. Understood? Sound good? Okay, this is the message. We have just received news from Pakistan-held Kashmir of a government crackdown on the leaders of Awami Action Committees bueno, de los comités Awami, who successfully led the mass movement against electricity and wheat flour price hikes. During this movement, 3 protesters were killed by paramilitary forces, and around 30 were seriously injured. Some of the leaders of the mass movement have now been arrested, and other leaders are being hunted by the authorities. This has provoked huge protests across Kashmir for the release of all those arrested and an end to the repression. The demands also include the full implementation of the agreement to reduce prices. This founding conference of the Revolutionary Communist International expresses its complete solidarity with those facing repression in Pakistan-held Kashmir, and demands that all those arrested be immediately released and that all repression cease forthwith. We also condemn the state repression and abductions of political workers in Baluchistan and throughout Pakistan. This conference expresses its complete support for the movement and its demands in Kashmir. Down with the state repression in Kashmir. Full support to those fighting for justice and against oppression. Release Mohammed Shabir, Sardar Talha, Sardar Aman, and other prisoners of the movement. So, comrades, all those in agreement with this resolution, please raise your hands. I think we can take a vote of everyone together, delegates and non-delegates. Any against? Any abstentions? Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, comrades, unfortunately, but also fortunately, we have no copies of Revolution Betrayed anymore for me to show you. Fortunate that someone has bought these copies. Unfortunate that you can't buy a copy in person if you don't have one yet. But if you're watching the video stream, or if you don't have a copy yet, you can go to wellread.net, wellreadbooks.net. and order your copy of this classic, which Jerome really only got to touch on a few aspects of it, and it's worth reading in detail. And we have a number of comrades who have asked to speak. We're going to try to keep it to about 10 minutes total, including translation. And the first speaker will be Comrade Ylva from Sweden.
Yeah, this has to be real low. So I'm small. Well, as Jerome explained, in the first period after the working class took power in Russia, it was not the dictatorship of Lenin that then smoothly transpired into the dictatorship of Stalin. But neither was it a perfectly working worker state. A perfect model of workers' democracy where everyone was happy, with a smooth transition towards socialism. There's a scene in the movie Reds about the American communist going to Russia during the revolution and after. Where he's arguing with the anarchist Emma Goldman. And she complains that the revolution is not turning out the way she thought it would. And she says, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here. And John Reed, he's a bit hesitant himself before this conversation. He's about to hand in his resignation. But when he's arguing with Emma Goldman, he convinces himself. He tells her, you seem to be a little confused by the revolution in action, Emma. Up till now, you have only dealt with it in theory. What did you think this was going to be like? A revolution by consensus, where we all sat down and agreed over a cup of coffee. The people, the poor, ignorant, superstitious, illiterate people are trying to run things by themselves, just as you always said they should, but they don't know how yet. Did you really expect everything to work straight away? A communist is not a real communist if you have a romanticized understanding of what a worker state, or a revolution for that matter, will be like. Now, the working class in Russia came to power under extremely difficult circumstances. But the circumstances will never be perfect. The capitalists will always put up a fight to crush the revolution, and after the workers have taken power, to try and retake it back. Emma Goldman had a romanticized view. She had unrealistic expectations because she was not a Marxist, she was an anarchist. And that's the crux of the matter. The Soviet Union was not the dictatorship of Lenin, but it was the dictatorship of the proletariat, the working class holding state power, that is. And it's not by chance that Lenin, in State and Revolution, emphasized the need to defend and fight for the dictatorship of the proletariat. He says that others say that the main point in Marxist theory is the class struggle. And he says, no, the main point is that has to succeed into the dictatorship of the proletariat. Unless you struggle for a workers' state, you're not a real Marxist. If you only recognize struggle within capitalism, class struggle, and not the working class taking power, political power, then you will end up siding against the working class in a revolution. And this is what we've seen not just with reformists, but also with anarchists. When they were truly tested in a revolution, the only time they were truly tested. In the Spanish Revolution in 1936, when the workers rose up in Barcelona, defeated the fascists, and the government in Catalonia offered power to the anarchists. Said, well, you have clearly taken power, you should form a government. And they said, no thanks, we're against all forms of government. And so they let the bourgeoisie hold on to state power. Only to then later, when things looked more bleak, the fascists advanced, enter into a coalition government with bourgeois nationalists. That is, they ended up taking the exact same route as the reformists. They were very similar to how Kautsky argued in relation to the Soviets. He said that the Soviets was the most important phenomena of our time. That they were of decisive importance in the battles between capital and labor. But he said, let's not ask more of them. They should be used in the class struggle, but should not take power. And Lenin, he summed up this attitude as workers fight, but don't you dare win. As Jérôme explained, a workers' state is not a recipe for bureaucracy and corruption. But the only way that the working class can take power, hold on to it, and move towards socialism and communism. 5 more? Oh, 3 more, something like that. And that means that any party that wants to lead the working class to victory wants to see a classless society must reject all those theories that does not understand the question of the state. And also must be ready to continue fighting in difficult circumstances, in hardships, and be ready to overcome them. And of course, a bureaucratic degeneration is not a likely alternative. But we will see difficult circumstances. And the only way to keep on struggling in those circumstances is by holding on to ideas, by a scientific understanding. If you want to be an activist, a revolutionary, out on the streets fighting, you don't have time for books. Most likely you will end up like Emma Goldman, abandoning the ship when things get difficult. Because you won't understand it. You won't understand the defeats. And especially when presented with new phenomena which cannot be explained by the old formulas. This is what enabled Trotsky to keep on fighting. That he used the method of Marxism to understand what happened in the Soviet Union. Not overnight, it took years of discussion in the left opposition. It wasn't easy. And same for Ted Grant in the post-war period. When so many others got lost. That is, you have to have that scientific understanding. If you don't want to just struggle, but also win. Thanks.
You are small. All right, comrades. Next is going to be Pepe from Italy, who will be followed by Quentin from Germany. And if you want to take maybe closer to 12 minutes, that's fine as well, yeah?
Me and Ilva were share not only politics but also heights. So, comrades, I want to talk a bit about the example of Yugoslavia, because the example of self-management is widely used as an alternative, as a possible alternative to Soviet Union bureaucracy, bureaucratic regime. Up to a point that, as probably most of you know, the regime, the Yugoslavian regime, was actively supported by our former friend of the Fourth International, the Mandelites, and all these guys, all these people. Capitalism was overthrown in Yugoslavia, not by the advance, not by the arrival of the Red Army, but by the struggle of the partisan army. But Tito was no Marxist, was a bureaucrat, was a Stalinist in a communist party already Stalinized. And he defended the idea of socialism in one country. But since he rose to power on an independent basis, Stalin could not tolerate this. And as you can read in the articles by Ted Grant, the Tito-Stalin break happened. Ocurrió la ruptura entre Stalin e Tito. Yugoslavia needed to find its way, but the Communist League find it not in the world revolution, but in a very peculiar autonomous way, in the workers' self-management. Now, we have to state that the workers do elect in Yugoslavia a workers' committee. Workers' committee that was elected every year. Any workers could not be elected more than twice. And this workers' committee ran the company with the municipality, with the party, and with the union. In a committee of 5, where the workers' committee were in a minority because there were only 2. But there was an element of workers' control. But the manager that was elected every 4 years by this committee of 5, he was the only one who has legal power over the factory. The workers' committees retain some power, for example, over hiring and firing the workers, but not over a whole number of stuff, for example, over investments. In 1965, a reform was introduced, which resolved the clash that was happened between the hardliner and the pro-market and pro-self-management. And was resolved in favor of the latter, of the soft one, let's say. A reform which abolished the central plan and give a large freedom to the enterprises. In the words of Cardelli, which was the main economist at the epoch, Cardelli, the enterprises have to compete in the market. Wages have to be linked to the productivity. The monopoly of foreign trade was largely abolished. Foreign trade, commercio exterior. And well, this the last one. Okay. This you can take it for a record. According to self-management, every republic, the sixth republic of of Yugoslavia, had full access to international credit, with no control by the central state. With self-management, you could see that there was a multiplying effect of center of decision. So the bureaucracy was not abolished, but was an increase of the bureaucratic bureaucratic position. With every republic got his own steel plant, his own nuclear power. There was no, and we know, and we always support the idea that we need a central plan in the world that is already globalized, is already with with a global production of goods. So to remain competitive, in the self-managed factories had no other choice than to try to rise productivity, because this is the only way to be competitive in the market. So, in other words, the workers have to exploit themselves, as in the cooperative, as you know, every one of you in the capitalist market. Probably not much in the US, but in our European countries like this. The differences between the republic grew up to a point that where Slovenia and Croatia traded more with Germany than with the other republics. This gave rise to an enormous inflation, because it was clear that the level of productivity of the several republics didn't meet. But the currency was the dinar. So there was absolutely no connection between the value of the goods and the currency at a national level. And then all the troubles began. This is not the item, the topic of this discussion, how the Yugoslavia collapsed. But, translate, if you want to translate, no, go on, okay. But the nationalism, what I want to say is that nationalism that then rise in Yugoslavia had a clear acknowledgement. The republic were already divided already broken apart before the political break. And what we have to understand from this example, that all these rubbish ideas of the anarchist, the autonomous in Italy, for example, in other countries, the workers, they say, cannot work in modern age. We cannot substitute the capitalist world with the tiny world of self-production. We need to change this capitalist world and overthrow and have a socialist world. And with the basis of our analysis, I'm quite confident that we can succeed. Thank you, comrades.
Okay, next is Comrade Quentin from Germany, followed by Mayren from Mexico.
Yeah. Comrades, when we are talking about bureaucracy, one of the questions that makes some people doubt the most about the revolutionary potential of a communist society is the ability of the working class to organize itself, to guarantee the success of a planned economy based on people's needs. They doubt that the working class will ever be able to fulfill this task. Because they consider the workers lazy, selfish, and egoistic. Or they consider them incapable of working properly if they're not pushed and oppressed by the capitalist. Today, comrade, I would like to use an example to illustrate the real potential of a self-organized working class. In the 70s, the workers at the British defense company Lucas Aerospace created a plan called Lucas Plan. The Financial Times described it at the time as one of the most radical alternative plans workers have ever put forward for their company. In the 70s, the British defense industry was in a serious crisis. And the government at the time wanted to do some cuts, firing 1/3 of the workers within 5 years. In the face of this crisis, works councils were formed at 13 production sites. These were elected by the workers and could be voted out at any time by a simple majority. These works councils were acting independently from the company owners and from the trade unions. These works councils were acting independently from the company owners and from the trade unions. Over 150 ideas for socially useful products were published in 6 volumes. The plan included solutions to make life easier for society's most vulnerable layers. Such as heat exchanger modules to provide cheap heating for the poorer families. They were also capable of designing life-saving medical devices like portable dialysis machines. Engineers use knowledge of aerodynamics from airplanes to design wind turbines and solar cells that produce clean energy. And comrades, that was only 1976. Just think how much CO2 could have been saved over the last 40 years. Of course, unfortunately, the Lucas plan was never realized. The company completely rejected it. And the trade unions acted very inconsistently and only supported some of them. The government was basically not interested in the concept, and so the plan was dropped. Now, imagine if the workers had actually had the decisional power in this company. Imagine if the workers had actually been able to decide when and what was going to be produced. Their skills and talents could have been used for the benefit of all. Under capitalism, they were crushed. I will finish saying that today, in 2024, we already live in a planned economy. But this is a planned economy based only on the capitalist profits. Today, as revolutionary communists, we are fighting for a worldwide planned economy based on people's needs. Thank you, comrades.
Okay, comrades, the next speaker is Mayren from Mexico, followed by Yola from Austria. And if there's anyone else who'd like to get on the discussion or just has questions, please let me know. I think we will have a little bit of extra time.
There was a foreground to what we know as the Stalinist bureaucratic degeneration. And this was the development of Zinovievism. Gregory Zinoviev joined the Social Democrat Russian Party at 18 years. He sided with the Bolsheviks against the Mensheviks in the division of 1903. Was the closest disciple of Lenin a decade before the revolution. Zinoviev was part of the Central Committee, and Lenin gives him credit as a co-author of the pamphlet Socialism War.
Lenin colaboraba a menudo con otros elementos para ayudar a desarrollarlos políticamente.
Lenin used to collaborate with other elements to help them develop politically.
Zinoviev jugó un papel importante en la organización de la conferencia de Zimmerwald.
Zinoviev played an important role in the Zimmerwald Conference.
Esto lo puso en contacto con muchos elementos de izquierda contra la guerra y lo posicionó en un papel dirigente para la Internacional Comunista.
This put him in touch with all other revolutionaries and gave him a main role in the position against the war, imperialist war.
Redactó muchos de los documentos de la Internacional e incluso dio el discurso de la apertura del Segundo Congreso.
He wrote many of the documents for the International, and he even wrote and gave the inaugural speech at the Second Congress.
Trotsky dijo que era un orador de poder extraordinario.
Trotsky said that he was a speaker of extraordinary power.
Zinoviev fue un agitador nato. Sabía cómo contagiarse del ánimo de las masas.
Zinoviev was an innate agitator. He knew how to get encapsulated by the mood of the masses
Y tener una expresión muy apasionante de sus pensamientos y sentimientos.
and had a very passionate expression of the sentiments.
Trotsky también señaló que el carácter de Zinoviev era débil.
But Trotsky also said that Zinoviev's character was weak.
Algo evidente una y otra vez en muchas de sus ideas, decisiones y acciones.
That was evident, became evident in many of his ideas and decisions and actions.
Su tendencia a vacilar y recurrir a las maniobras organizativas puede atribuirse a la necesidad de compensar su principal debilidad.
His tendency to waver and to compensate with administrative maneuvers, it's an expression of this weakness.
Una comprensión política incompleta y desequilibrada del marxismo.
An incomplete understanding and unbalanced understanding of Marxism,
Junto a una falta de confianza en la clase trabajadora.
together with a lack of confidence in the working class.
El declive de la Internacional Comunista fue un proceso que comenzó con Zinoviev y terminó con Stalin.
The decay of the Communist International was a process that started with Zinoviev and finished with Stalin.
El zinovievismo es un método pequeño burgués
Zinovievism is a petit bourgeois method
que se potencializó en medio de lo que explicó Jerome.
that became strengthened in the midst of what Jerome explained.
Una crisis brutal, desplazamiento de la clase obrera y un retiro general de las masas de la lucha política.
A demoralization, a lack of class consciousness, and a withdrew of the working class from politics.
El zinovievismo es cuando se plantean salidas artificiales para resolver problemas políticos u organizativos.
Zinovievism is when you put forward artificial solutions to political problems,
Tomando medidas administrativas en lugar de explicar con paciencia.
taking administrative measures instead of patiently explaining.
Utilizas las intrigas, los chismes
You use intrigues, slandering,
y utilizas las amenazas para generar una obediencia y servidumbre política.
and you threaten to achieve obedience and subservience.
Es cuando el prestigio personal se prioriza por encima de los principios políticos y organizativos.
Is when you prioritize personal prestige over political and organizational principles.
O cuando tratas de imponer órdenes a partir de tal o cual instancia de dirección.
Or when you try to impose orders from different decision instances, like moments.
En concreto, el zinovievismo es cuando utilizas métodos organizativos para resolver problemas políticos,
This is Zinovievism, is when you use administrative
diferencias políticas.
administrative methods to solve political differences.
Zinoviev y Kamenev votaron en contra de la insurrección del 17
Zinoviev and Kamenev voted against the insurrection of 1917.
perdieron la votación y publicaron un artículo en contra de la insurrección en la prensa burguesa.
They lost the vote and they published an article against the resolution in the bourgeois press.
Esto puso en riesgo la revolución y también a los camaradas que participaban.
This risked the revolution and also put under risk the comrades that participated in it.
Días después del triunfo de la revolución plantearon la expulsión de Lenin y Trotsky.
Days after the victory of the revolution, they put forward to expel Lenin and Trotsky.
Debido a la presión de la pequeña burguesía para formar una coalición con los mencheviques.
Under the pressure of the petit bourgeois to form a coalition with the Mensheviks.
Sin embargo, Lenin siempre pensó en Zinoviev como un camarada con grandes habilidades.
but Lenin always thought of Zinoviev as a comrade with great skills.
Como resultado, Zinoviev fue readmitido en el partido.
As a result, Zinoviev was readmitted in the party.
Solo poco después de la muerte de Lenin,
Only a few years after Lenin's death,
Zinoviev formó una alianza conocida como la Troika,
Zinoviev formed an alliance known as the Troika
con Kamenev y Stalin,
with Kamenev and Stalin,
con una profunda esencia de envidia e intriga hacia Trotsky.
with a profound essence of envy towards Trotsky,
A que de alguna forma se le miraba como el hilo conductor de Lenin en el partido.
who was regarded as the thread that linked all the history of the party.
Zinoviev reflejaba las presiones de la pequeña burguesía,
Zinoviev reflected the pressures of the petty bourgeoisie.
camaradas. El zinovievismo es el método con el que claramente no tenemos que construir la internacional.
Comrades, Zinovievism is clearly a method where we shouldn't apply to build the international.
No podemos plantear fórmulas organizativas para resolver diferencias políticas.
We shouldn't apply organizational formulas to solve political differences.
No hay una receta determinada para prevenir la burocratización,
There isn't a model recipe to prevent bureaucratization.
pero considero que si nos esforzamos por sacar las conclusiones correctas de estos acontecimientos,
But I consider that if we work hard to draw the main lessons of these events,
podremos superar cualquier obstáculo que se nos presente.
we can overcome every obstacle that presents before us.
La formación política es una cuestión a la que nuestra internacional le da el peso que se merece.
Political training is something that our international gives an importance, a significance.
Y este principio debe predominar en todas nuestras batallas políticas.
And that principle should prevail in all our political battles.
All right, comrades, next is Yola, followed by Ilias from Greece.
Yes, often when comrades have, or well, anyone has accepted the idea that a planned economy might be a good idea, they then want to find the perfect model of how to have this planned economy. To make it perfectly work and the guarantee against bureaucracy. And when you say, well, it's humans, like workers' democracy, the creativity of humans that is necessary to in this element, in this process. They're a bit dissatisfied. This is not scientific enough. It's like humans. What does it mean? Like workers, creativity. But we have to understand that, like the labor process, it's a human process of conscious humans, conscious animals. So we have to understand the dialectical process of human consciousness in this process of labor. And there is a conservative element to human consciousness. Bureaucracy is not something exclusive to a degenerated worker state. Whenever people work together to do some repetitive tasks over and over again and have to organize something repeatedly, a routinism can emerge. And there's always this element like of bureaucratism in this kind of activities. Bureaucracy can develop in a company in capitalism, especially in large companies that are so strong that the market correction is very slow or not very efficient there. Or it can even emerge in, like, I don't know, a football club or a chess club in a way. Bureaucracy or bureaucratic elements, it can even emerge in a football club or a chess club or whatever. And Trotsky describes very beautifully the philosophy of a bureaucratic outlook, the philosophy of a bureaucracy that is always very similar. They rely on the routines and on the machine and the apparatus, on a repetition of formulas. You develop a narrow outlook that you only know your own task. You develop a very narrow outlook. Like you have this in big companies where you have a department that is responsible for a certain thing. And then you need to adapt and something new is needed. And then every department would say, no, this is not our task, this is not our responsibility. And then even like they're scared to take initiative because it means, oh my God, I have maybe the responsibility and maybe I have to work more. This kind of mentality, it creates like really a selection of average personalities as well. If there's someone critical or creative thinking, this is like a clock in the machine. It's like a disturbance in the machine. Get rid of it. That's why Trotsky also says that Stalin was the most mediocre personality, perfect for the job. And ultimately, like, what is the philosophy of bureaucracy? It's empiricism. It's not a conscious view on what you're doing and what your role is. You just react to the forces that like happen to you, kind of. So the emerging bureaucracy. I mean, first there's the pressure, there's still the danger of the working class. Put them down. Go against the left opposition. Then they notice, oh my God, our privileges are in danger. We need to put down the kulaks now. Get rid of the right opposition. Really like just reacting in a blind way. But this is only one aspect of human consciousness and the way we work. Especially it develops in like layers that are a bit divorced of the real process of production, like middle layers. But humans are also capable of huge creativity and great sacrifices and really amazing tasks. So Lenin always trusted the working class and the mass of the working class. He thought it was extremely important that to always keep a close feel to the real feeling, down to earth feeling in the day-to-day life. And this is also important for us as a revolutionaries and of a revolutionary party. So Ilva explained how important theory and books are. But you also need the real life to see the practice of it, the experience of real persons. But in the right conditions, human will do great things. And it's actually the task also to raise the level of the workers and try to get them interested in many things. The Bolsheviks were very conscious of the fact you need culture, art, philosophy. You need the workers to be interested in the whole world, to consciously strengthen this element, this creative element of human consciousness. And because in the end, socialism is a conscious revolution. it's not a blind economy where like capitalists just try to get their profits blindly without like just the competition will do it, just profit. It's a revolution where the workers consciously try to control the economy and their own lives. Consciously want to completely redesign, not redesign, but like reinvent society, be free, truly free humans. And you need a conscious philosophy of Marxism to do this task consciously. Yes, so this is the beautiful side of the human consciousness that we should point people to. And also fight against this very mechanic economic view of a planned economy. Yeah.
Thank you, Comrade. Next is Ilias from Greece. And is there anyone else who wants to come in? Otherwise, Ilias is going to get half an hour. Okay, let me know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, comrades, you had an excellent discussion. We have to say that despite all the distortions and the problems in the first period of the Russian Revolution, we had the most democratic regime in history. There were elections in all levels, discussions, papers, congresses. And this, for the reasons that have been described, was put down by the bureaucracy. Now, when this happened, there was a clock start ticking. And as Trotsky described in Revolution Betrayed, either the workers would take power back again from the bureaucracy, or the bureaucracy would destroy the planned economy and return to capitalism. Now, as Jerome explained very, very good, democracy is not an ethical question. Workers' democracy is an absolute necessity. In order for the planned economy to work. In reality, the bureaucracy acted as a cancer in the worker state body. That as the economy progressed, the cancer grew more and more, absorbing more and more of the wealth of society and putting in danger the whole planned economy, the whole of the worker state. But the bureaucracy was not an essential element of the planned economy. It could be removed like a cancer from a body. And the organism would emerge more lively and healthy. In order for this to happen, there would have to be a workers' revolution, a political revolution to remove the bureaucracy. The workers' democracy was an absolute necessity, was not a theoretical abstraction by Trotsky, but was even admitted by the bureaucrats themselves. There are many cases in all those regimes, the Stalinist regimes that appeared in history, where when the bureaucrats started to play the role of an absolute fitter, part of the bureaucracy leaned on the working class in a Bonapartist manner to attack another more corrupt layer. in order for the economy to start running again. For example, such examples was the perestroika, the most known, the Cultural Revolution, the Stalinization period. An example in perestroika, Gorbachev was not consciously trying to go to capitalism, but he was trying to make the economy move again by leaning to the workers. In his report in the 27th Congress, Party Congress, he fuzzily described the problem and the solution. He said, groups of people have appeared with distinctive property mentality. He doesn't say where they came from and why they appeared. Workers have legitimately raised the question of rooting them out. So there is a need for even more involvement of social organizations to deal with this problem. But some of those organizations operate in a bureaucratic manner and lean only a little to the masses. He doesn't say why this happens. So there is a need to introduce the electivity principle for all team leaders. So in farms and in factories, to elect the managers. That's what he was saying. And then gradually to do the same thing in some other layers in more top management. Of course, Gorbachev was not ready to go all the way, because that would mean to destroy the whole bureaucracy. Bureaucracy could not reform herself out of existence. This could only be done by the workers themselves. But what Gorbachev did here is to lift the curtain and show the ugly face of the bureaucracy. So, comrades, all those regimes, the Stalinist regimes, were horrible totalitarian regimes. I was born in Albania, which was one of the worst. So I could tell stories non-end here, but I won't do it now. Maybe at the bar later. But there is one story that encapsulates the frustration of the workers. So in my grandfather's village, people were sitting in the cafeteria of the village. And there was this bureaucrat, the village bureaucrat, that with no reason gets up, looks at the villagers and say, "What are you asking for you? Only to keep your mouth shut, and it will be okay." And he sits down. And so my grandfather was furious, as all the other villagers. And this might be the feeling of millions of people in those countries that didn't have their lives in their hands. This frustration could be expressed in political revolutions to overthrow those bureaucracies. This eventually did not happen for reasons that we could not say here. One of the main reasons was the lack of leaderships. both inside those countries and outside. The force of Marxism were weak. But now all those regimes have collapsed, almost all of them. Stalinism is a shadow of its former self. So, comrades, for us, the territory is open to bring the real ideas of communism back to the working class and finish the job.
Okay, comrades. Okay, next is Nick from the British section will be followed by Stefan from Austria. But first, just a couple of announcements. Tonight at 8:30 p.m., we're going to be giving some gifts of thank you to the staff who have hosted us this week. So if you'd like to join, if you're not eating in the main hall, if you'd like to join at 8:30 in the main hall for that little ceremony, that'd be lovely. And then if any sections have not yet informed Marco from the Canadian section of the song they want to perform tomorrow evening, you should do that by today. And so, yes, next is Nick from the British section.
All right. Yeah, apologies. This is probably the worst prepared contribution of the World Congress so far. Yeah, I think we started the discussion by saying, so our enemies always attack us using the examples of the crimes of Stalinism. And how many times have people heard, 100 million people killed? The Gulag Archipelago. And the third item in this unholy trinity is the killing fields in Cambodia. And unfortunately, we have very little material published on this question, as far as I know. So I've started undertaking a bit of research. It's still very incomplete. But I think it's high time to answer these things, which are a stain on the communist movement. And if you like, they are the logical development of socialism in one country in its most degenerate form. And to understand what happened in Cambodia, I think with the material that we have at the minute, we should start by studying the In Defense of Marxism article in the last issue on Ethiopia. Because there are a lot of similarities in the situation in the whole of the Horn of Africa to what happened in Cambodia. And the question arises, Leon Trotsky, he analyzed the degeneration of the Soviet Union. And a lot of people can also think in a very formalistic way of the class analysis of Marxism. And say, for instance, the working class is the only class that can lead in a revolution in the backwards countries. And as one of the comrades said, the task of emancipation of the working class is the task of the workers themselves. But so how do you explain revolutions in China, Cuba, Ethiopia, where the working class played at least a very minimal role, if not no role at all? How do you explain the bureaucracy in these countries if they're new revolutions? And what was the nature of these regimes? And Ted Grant was the only person to be able to resolve these questions. But by explaining that under the pressure of the decay of imperialism, and in many cases a temporary paralysis of imperialism, on the other hand, the lack of the revolutionary leadership of the working class to show a way out of the situation, then under this historical pressure, other classes could, or castes in society could come to the fore. And they would form a planned economy because they looked at the model of the Soviet Union and created a bureaucratic planned economy on this basis. But Ted Grant also explained that because of the non-working class nature of these various layers, and their bureaucratic nature, whether it was the army, like in or an officer caste, like in Syria or in Ethiopia, or the peasantry, as it was in China and Cambodia. These states had both progressive progresivas and reactionary tendencies. And therefore, comrades shouldn't look at things too much in a completely black and white manner. I think this analysis is very useful to understand the Cambodian Revolution. And Ted Grant didn't have much time to write about the Cambodian Revolution. But there is an article in which he refers to it as a worker state. And I think that is correct, because it's a manifestation of this same process that went on. But if you apply that as well in a black and white manner, and say that Pol Pot had both progressive and reactionary tendencies, then I think you're going to entangle yourself in contradictions. And when comrades are confronted with the question of Cambodia, I don't think they need to defend the Cambodian Revolution, but they should point the finger at the imperialists and the Stalinists, who had the primary responsibility in the tragedy that took place in that country. In the first place, the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, they base themselves on a frenzied petty bourgeoisie. That was oppressed by imperialism and landlordism, But in particular, I use the word frenzied because of the burning anger of the peasantry. Because of the burning anger of the peasantry. And the reason for that is because US imperialism dropped more bombs on the Cambodian countryside in its war against Vietnam than in the entirety of the Second World War. I think that figures either for the Pacific Front or the European Front, I can't remember. But either way, Cambodia is not a huge country, so I think it is pretty telling. Yes, and yeah, the Cambodian Communist Party was a product of a split in 1956 between the Stalinists and the Maoists. Which was a reflection of the Sino-Soviet split on the world stage. That split again, Ted Grant predicted, because these bureaucracies would base themselves on the planned economy, but within the narrow confines of their own territorial entity. Which would eventually lead them to bump their heads together. And so the ideas of Pol Pot, which are completely, I mean, batshit crazy, for lack of a better term, and his massacre of the working class. They were on the one hand a reflection of the ideas of Maoism, who wasn't much smarter. You know, the idea of the year zero, of founding yourself on peasant production and so on and so forth. And also of the intrigues of Mao and the Stalinist regime of the Soviet Union within the Indochina area. Where each of them defended a different version of a deformed workers' state. And used them against one another. On the other hand, these crazy ideas are they could only be implemented because they found a mass base. And that's because of this frenzied peasantry, which, if comrades remember, is the same class that forms the basis for fascism, as Trotsky describes. And I would say that's the material basis for the extremely reactionary tendencies that existed within this regime. But we should pour scorn on the hypocrisy of the imperialists over this question. After the war of Vietnam and the invasion of Cambodia by Vietnam in 1979, there was whole orgy, if you like, of academics and supporters of the West, who described that war as Vietnam's Vietnam. Meaning a similar war that the US led in Vietnam, but for Vietnam, basically red imperialism kind of. And they defended Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge going into the countrysides. Allying themselves with the Conservative Party and the monarchy to fight against the new deformed workers' state that had arisen. So they're both the cause of this, and they were continued supporters, basically, of this regime that they thought was an opposition, if you like, to their opposition, the enemy of their enemy. Right. I see time is dragging on. I didn't really think about how to finish this point, to be honest. Yes, but also you can see how degenerate the ideas of the Stalinists were. Obviously, there was a complete collapse in the regime of the Khmer Rouge, but also afterwards of civilization in Cambodia. And everything was oriented after 1979 on the basis of the struggle for survival. I mean, like in the Civil War, but on far lower basis, on far lower basis of production. And yet, the Soviet Union, I believe, in 1982, declared that Cambodia had reached a stage of socialism. So yes, I mean that's pretty much the end of my remarks. Yes.
Thank you, comrade. Next is Stefan from Austria. Is there anybody else who'd like to come in? No?
Okay, take it away. You have half an hour if you want. No worry, I will not take half an hour. First, we have to say that the reason for the bureaucratic degeneration of the Soviet Union was based on the backwardness and the isolation of the revolution. But secondly, individuals have also their role within historic events. Stalin, his individual abilities, because he were more or less the first man, the best man for the bureaucracy, because his personal abilities were the reflection of the bureaucracy and its necessities. Even in the early years of the revolution, or after the revolution, Lenin and Trotsky pointed out the forms of bureaucratism. We have on the one hand, as Trotsky describes, that the figure of party workers exploded from a few hundreds during the Civil War of a few thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. And on the other hand, we have a Red Army at the end of the Civil War, which has a figure of nearly 5 million persons, which couldn't do war anymore because there was no more. There is also the example of the old Tsarist state, as Lenin described. We just put Bolshevik oil into the old Tsarist machine. And the Bolsheviks tried to work with this and to have a solution. They established an institution called Rabkrin.
It's from Russia, so a Russian word. It's in English, Workers and Peasants Inspectorate. It should guarantee that the Tsarist machine in the institutions are controlled from below. Lenin said that years after the revolution, each commissariat, People's Commissariat, has the same persons as before, except the Commissariat of Foreign Affairs. And this is not by chance, because when Trotsky became commissar for the Commissariat of Foreign Affairs, the old bureaucrats, just locked the door and didn't let him in. Trotsky even had to use the Latvian rifle regiment to open the doors and put the old bureaucrats away. But this Workers and Peasants Inspectorate, their duty was to control the commissariats. So they were free, they could at any time go into the commissariat and look if you're working or not. Sooner or later, these farmers or peasants and workers, they even got themselves bureaucrats of their upgrade. And it's not by chance that the first head of their upgrade was Stalin. More and more Soviet persons got into this institution and got into this Stalinist bureaucratic methods. It was just said that after some years, this Rabkrin was used to control the establishment of industry. But it was more and more used to make intrigues against unfriendly or just another opponents of the party or within the Soviet Union. Lenin, in his last letters, wanted to reform this institution because he saw the necessity to solve this problem of bureaucratization. But unfortunately, it never happened. Trotsky already said in 1921, this is useless, put it away. But Lenin wanted to reform it. This was one example, but a big example how within the Soviet Union the bureaucracy came to power. With its methods, the bureaucratization got further and further. A second very important example is after the death of Lenin. Tens of thousands of party members were expelled because they were just careerists, petty bourgeois, old Mensheviks, etc. And as I said, after the death of Lenin, there was a big campaign to have sort of a Lenin contingent. Hundreds of thousands should join the party to glorify Lenin and to build up the Soviet Union. But these persons were also just bureaucrats, careerists, and were more or less under the hands of Stalin as general secretary. And as Trotsky described it, the great party of revolutionaries went from democratic centralism to bureaucratic centralism. There were no more debates, no more elections. Most regional secretaries were just announced from the general secretary with no debate at all. I would say it's not exactly where to point where this bureaucratism ends, and we could really say that the bureaucracy has the power in the hands of the Soviet Union. And as was said before, a bureaucracy itself cannot reform itself. And it's also there are also big benefits for the bureaucrats themselves. There were special markets for foreign food and materials and stuff. And for higher party members, CC members, etc., there were black accounts where they could buy anything and at zero cost. Even the big Democrat Yeltsin said he liked this. But based on that we know that that the bureaucracy cannot reform itself, and that said before, there were some, I would say, theories after the Second World War how to solve this more or less. One Yugoslav theoreticist, Edward Kardel, was already mentioned. I will mention another one, Milovan Čilas, who wrote his famous book, famous for reformists, The New Class, which says just the bureaucracy is the new ruling class, and what we have here is not socialism. We know that it was not socialism, but it's state capitalism. But as we know, the bureaucracy is not a class. It can't be a social class because it has no property. I just recommend highly the text from Ted Grant to the theories on state capitalism, and also some text about the character of the East European states, masterpieces. I just want to finish with Trotsky, because he rightly said that the bureaucracy based itself, its rule, on the property of the state, of the working class. But took the power from the working class for themselves. And maybe we'll not hear it the last time, but once more, in this famous book from 1936, The Revolution Betrayed, Trotsky perfectly predicted what will happen to the Soviet Union, not with the exact years, but just the political lines. There are two possibilities for the Soviet Union. Either the bureaucracy will be thrown over by the working class to install a healthy worker state with democratic plan, or there will be a restoration of capitalism in one or another. This we have seen in the 90s. But he also added, if someone thinks that if there is the overthrow from one faction of the bureaucracy from another, a palace revolution, just postpones this, the possibilities, the two possibilities. We have seen this with Khrushchev and Brezhnev. So, yeah, my last recommendation, read The Revolution Betrayed, marvelous book.
All right, Comrade Helen from Switzerland would like to speak.
Comrades, I'd like to whet your appetite on the question of how cybernetics were used in the Chilean revolution from 1970 to 1973. I'd like to whet your appetite for how, for an example of how bureaucratic planning was used in Chile from 1970 to 1973. Of course, we all know about the fatal mistakes that Salvador Allende and his party, the Unidad Popular, made in this time in trusting the bourgeois state more than working class power. And there's a very specific example for how he did this. It was his approach towards planning the economy. In the 1950s to the 1970s, in the sciences, there was a strong tendency towards trying to plan everything. And this found its expression, for instance, in cybernetics. And trying to put this technical concept, applying this to different social processes. Like, for instance, planning and managing your company, or planning and managing a whole economy. Cybernetics, for those of you who don't know, are systems, or like concepts of systems, that regulate themselves. A common example of this is the thermostat. It's a closed system, but it reacts to new impulses. So if in a room the temperature goes up, the thermostat reacts and cools down, like the air conditioning or whatever. And thus it regulates itself, a cybernetic system regulates itself and creates an equilibrium. Salvador Allende was also very taken with the idea of cybernetics and applying it to the Chilean economy. He hoped that by doing this he would be able to make the economy more efficient and thus to stabilize his political system. To do this, he got in the, I think, British management consultant Bear. Because, like, this guy, I think he'd run companies and he was an expert on cybernetics. He was a sympathizer of what Allende was trying to do. And so he came to Chile and he started planning. He started planning this perfect control system. He spent all this time like designing a control center that would be at the heart of this system.
Usó todo su tiempo para diseñar específicamente el sistema que iba a estar en el centro, en el corazón de este sistema,
With fancy chairs, screens everywhere,
con sillas bonitas, pantallas por todos lados,
and most importantly, with a screen showing sort of lines that connected the different workers' councils and companies and stuff.
y con líneas en la pantalla que mostraran la conexión entre los consejos obreros y las compañías, etc.
The idea was that if there was something missing in one company, a red light would like blink,
La idea era que si algo faltaba en alguna compañía iba a comenzar a relumbrar una luz roja
and that would then make it possible to like give them what they needed to carry on with production.
y así iba a ser posible darles lo que necesitaban para que continuaran su producción.
Don't get me wrong, it was a good idea.
Yo creo que fue era una idea buena.
It was really futuristic. It showed like the hope that was there in parts of the Chilean revolution.
Y creo que era una idea futurista que mostraba la esperanza que había en la revolución chilena.
But while Bea was planning this perfect system,
Pero mientras este hombre hacía esta planificación de todo un sistema,
and Allende was saying, yes, do this, do this,
y Allende lo apoyaba,
they forgot that you cannot plan what you do not own.
se olvidaron de que no podían planificar lo que no poseen.
And instead of trying to solve this problem of that they didn't really own the means of production,
Y en verdad, en vez de intentar resolver este problema de la no posesión de los medios de producción,
they tried to find technical solutions and tricks to, just to get the communication between all the elements together and all this.
intentaron buscar trucos y soluciones técnicos para buscar, qué sé yo, todas estas comunicaciones entre los diversos sectores.
In short,
En breve,
they looked for organizational solutions to a political problem.
buscaron soluciones organizativas para problemas políticos.
Because, of course, Allende and the Unidad Popular stopped, or they stopped the revolution from carrying on.
Porque Allende y la Unidad Popular frenaron el avance de la revolución.
They trusted technology and the bourgeois state more than they trusted workers' power.
Confiaban en la tecnología y en el Estado burgués más que en la clase obrera.
And as we know, this wasn't just a problem that then the economy wasn't planned properly,
Y como sabemos, no fue un problema de una mala planificación económica,
but it ended in the barbarous coup of Pinochet and US imperialism.
sino que terminó con el golpe bárbaro de Pinochet y el imperialismo estadounidense.
The Chilean revolution is full of wonderful, marvelous examples of workers' powers, of workers' creativity.
La revolución chilena está llena de ejemplos, de maravillosos ejemplos de la creatividad y el poder de la clase obrera.
Unfortunately, Allende did not base himself on this.
Lamentablemente Allende no se apoyó en esto.
If you don't believe me, I really recommend a docu-film series on the television channel Arte.
Si no me creen, pueden ver una docuserie en el canal de televisión Arte.
You can find it online. It's a 3-part documentation series on the Chilean revolution from the beginning to the end. It's excellent.
Es un documental de 3 partes de la revolución chilena de comienzo a fin.
It really goes into what workers were thinking, their hopes for the future.
Realmente muestra lo que los trabajadores estaban pensando, sus esperanzas en el futuro.
It will also most likely make you cry because you know what the ending is going to be.
También los va a hacer llorar, probablemente porque saben cómo terminó.
But comrades, in short,
Camaradas, en resumen,
we have everything to win in trusting the working class,
tenemos todo para ganar y confiar en la clase obrera.
and the revolution of Chile from 1970 to 1973 just underlines this point.
Y la revolución de Chile del 70 al 73 subraya este punto.
So forward to the communist revolution in our lifetime.
Adelante a la revolución comunista.
Okay, Carmet, it's the last call. Anybody else want to come in? Any questions? Well, we did have one question that wasn't raised from the microphone, which I think Jérôme will try to address. which is basically why in Hungary in 1956 and Czechoslovakia in 1968 did you have attempts to have a political revolution against the bureaucracy, which obviously failed. But why did it happen in those countries and not in other Eastern European countries, say Poland or others? And with that, we'll hand it back to Jérôme.
You shouldn't ask that kind of question, for my brain has been melting for 2 hours. But I'm not an Italian, Pepe. I live in Paris, you know. Anyway, that's an excuse. That's because I... Yeah, all right. Okay, I try to answer anyway. But I start with the... the relationship between the economy and the workers' democracy. So if you read or reread the Revolution Betrayed, you will see that Trotsky comes back constantly to this question. It's like a thread through the whole book. Whatever the topics, whatever the subject, he says that he comes back to what he calls the most fundamental factor. He says the factor of all factors, which is the level of productivity of Russian labor, which in the last analysis was decisive. And he even goes as far as saying that the Soviet democracy, with all the rules we know, right of recall, right of election, etc., was in contradiction, objectively, with the needs to develop the productive forces. Because he says the less paid workers in the Soviets would not be very keen to accept that other categories of the population would have higher wages and all the necessary privileges, if you want. Necessary in the sense that necessary to stimulate the growth of the productive forces, but of course the bureaucracy overcome this necessity. You have also these ideas: all officials should be elected and subject to recall. During the Civil War, could not be applied in the army, which was the fundamental social and political force at that time. You might know the anecdote where Lenin was surprised to know how many ex-Tsarist officers were in the army. Tens of thousands or hundreds, I can't remember. Tens of thousands. Right? And you could not let the rank and file soldiers elect whoever as an officer or as a general. He would have meant the destruction of the Red Army. Because leading an army is a very complicated task, which requires scientific and technical knowledge. Military knowledge is a technique, it's an art, it's etc. A science. Also, when the white armies were taking a village, they would kill all the communists. When the Red Army were retaking that village, you didn't have communists on the ground because they had been killed. So they had to be named from top. They had to be. It was from top. They had to be sent and put in power from the top. And this systematic mechanism was generalized, and of course, it was creating the base for bureaucratic degeneration. But there was during the Civil War, there was simply no alternative but to do that. Another famous example is the fact that fractions in the Bolshevik Party were forbidden in 1921. Again, this was a step back, and Lenin understood it was a step back. But a step back dictated by the extreme polarization inside the country, which threatened to split the party and to express itself through fractionalism inside the party and split it. But it was a step back which, after that, the Stalinist bureaucracy legalized, normalized, and it was no fractionalism. It became the normal function, democratic or bureaucratic rule. So, and if you study the process, you can see that plenty of things that were dictated by the harshness of the situation were then legalized and generalized by the bureaucracy as a normal thing. Yola spoke of the philosophy of the bureaucracy, which is indeed empiricism. And we must understand that if someone had said to Stalin, if someone had explained, I've said to Stalin, in 1924, what would be his power and what would be his crime in 1938, 39, when he would send to death all the old Bolsheviks, he wouldn't have believed it, probably, because through this empiric method and moves, which Yola described very well, he was pushed by the situation and by defending the interest of the bureaucracy to one step and then another step, etc., etc. There was no long-term plan to destroy the old Bolsheviks in 1924. But as Trotsky explained very well, it sounded crazy to do this, to kill Kamenev, Zinoviev, Rakovsky, etc., etc. But it was, in a way, necessary for Stalin. It was a necessity from the point of view of the bureaucracy. because the discontent in the country was so high, the tensions were so strong that they could always find a way through the old Bolsheviks and Stalin had to destroy the link between his regime and the memory of the revolution. And so he had to get rid of all the people that were associated, that were linked to the Russian Revolution, the October Revolution. Also, there is this the transition also in the Stalinist international policy from mistakes to betrayals. You can say that the mistakes, that the policy of the Stalinist bureaucracy in the Chinese Revolution of 25-27, sorry. Yeah, 25, were opportunist mistakes of a bureaucracy under the pressure of alien classes. But the behavior of the Stalinist bureaucracy during the Spanish Revolution of, in 1936 in particular and 37, it was a cynical, calculated betrayal and brutal betrayal of the revolution. But again, this is the reacting to the objective situation and the position in which the bureaucracy was finding itself. About Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, as far as I can answer that difficult question. No, why in Hungary and Czechoslovakia and not in Poland? To this question, I don't have an answer. What I can say is that in Poland, the bureaucracy was under the pressure of the same forces, the working class, and but that it managed to control the movement and to use it for its own nationalist interests against the bureaucracy, Russian bureaucracy. While in Hungary, in 56, the bureaucracy first tried to repress the movement, which provoked a popular explosion, insurrection, and the bureaucracy completely lost control of the situation. And in Czechoslovakia, but like a comrade said, I think it was Elias. What was lacking in Czechoslovakia and Hungary was the Bolshevik leadership. But of course, it was difficult to build a Bolshevik leadership in these regimes, dictatorial regimes. So the problem really was the absence of revolutionary leadership outside these countries that could lead to power the workers of France, Greece, Italy, etc. And therefore give an impulse and help the revolutionaries of Hungary, Czechoslovakia, etc. It was an international problem. The problem of leadership cannot be taken one country after the other. It's an international question. And this is precisely why we're building an international leadership, an international organization. To finish, Hilva talked about against the romantic view of workers' state. And I agree, we shouldn't be too abstract and too with empty optimism about the future of the socialist world revolution. Our enemies will fight, and the main guarantee of our victory doesn't lie in the last analysis in the favorable objective conditions, which for sure will help a lot. It will help a lot. The chances of success are higher today, much higher. Yes, but without an international leadership, it won't work. And the importance of the party, as Ilva explained, is not just before the revolution in order to take power, but also after. Once in power, the role of the revolutionary leadership is decisive. It's very, very important. It plays a role against the pressures, international pressures, internal pressures of alien classes. So yes, today's conditions are much better. During a break, I was talking with a comrade who told me yes, and today's the circulation of the information is much quicker than in 1917. That's clear that we won't have the same amount of stupid lies about the Bolsheviks with the knives in the mouth or whatever. Well, there will be crazy lies, of course, but the informations will circulate and very quickly, and the truth will circulate more quickly. In general, the interconnection of the working class, its global integration will help a lot. After all, we've seen that even social media, this will play. We've seen that in the Arab Revolution. If I remember where it started in December 2011 in Tunisia, or 10, was it 10? Yeah, 10. And then Egypt followed up very quickly, and other countries very quickly. This is the kind of process we're going to have on a massive scale, or the world scale. Just imagine what would have been the situation in Europe if Alexis Tsipras in Greece, instead of capitulating as he did in 2015, had nationalized the economy, called the workers to take power, to take control, and called the workers of whole Europe to follow this path. the effect would have been absolutely tremendous. It would have changed completely the face of Europe in 48 hours. Yes, but Tsipras betrayed. And there will be other betrayals. There will be other betrayals. Until we're strong enough to guarantee victory in Greece, France, Italy, and everywhere. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Jérôme. Well, comrades, the most important book we should be reading this year is obviously the new Lenin book. But I would also really highly recommend, if you haven't read it yet, the Stalin book by Trotsky. To get an idea of how this mediocre person became the embodiment of the bureaucracy we've been discussing. And of course, Trotsky's writing of that book ended in 1940. So if you want to understand the further process of bureaucratization, into the Brezhnev era and the eventual collapse of the Soviet Union, I would also recommend Russia from Revolution to Counter-Revolution by Ted Grant. And that's it. This has been a great discussion. Remember two things. 8:30 in the main dining hall for the workers to express their appreciation. And secondly, please take a chair or two, if you're able, back to the main hall. Thank you, comrades.